We've got a bunch of news coming out in 10 minutes. I have 6. Guys, if anybody's got any questions, please feel free to ask this morning. It's just, I guess it was the trick or treat. 76. Let's see, above 75. Right now, we've got support down here about 66 area. Our next level up there, we're going to jump from 76 to 94, which is it's a big long way. Right in this zone, right in here, about 80. I'd say somewhere around right there, right in there is a zone. I can put this probably dead center of this thing and probably be pretty close to it. We should get a reaction in that zone. Now, put those on there today because they're still tradable. Don't get me wrong. But after yesterday, after we had to trade with such big stops, I went on the ultra safe side. We should have touched that 82 from yesterday. I will put these zones in there if anybody wants to trade them. Feel free, but you got down to 81 and a quarter. We're up to 81 and a quarter. There's a little area that I'll tell you what, it's got my numbers all messed up this morning. I guess we'll just have to go back in there and do this mess by hand. Eight. Yeah, but you know they still have what you say more than $33 trillion in debt.
Yes, if we could do something with that, that would make me happy.
It's amazing. No, none of the candidates are talking about our debt problem.
It was 33 trillion last October.
Yeah.
I can't remember what country it was. It was Kevin, Mr. Wonderful, who said that they paid their national debt off in like 4 years just from oil tariffs.
Yeah.
Something, anything to get rid of that. Here's our numbers again. When we were in Jamaica, we saw along the roads like half-built houses or houses that were all almost built but not quite. People were working on them. And the driver told us that they don't borrow money to build their houses. They just take their whatever income they have and they build whatever they can until the next paycheck. So it would be great if our government would set an example of non-indebtedness.
Uh, in your part of well, I don't. Your husband may know. Uh, are you seeing lumber prices through the roof?
Yes,
It's the same here.
it's probably worse down there because of the weather, the hurricanes. They tend to, in those areas, they tend to really increase the prices and take advantage of those natural disasters. But
See,
overall,
you're
they're up.
close enough to Canada where a lot of that stuff's coming out of Canada, but they put tariffs on them.
Hmm. Well, some of the lumber, like for example in Alaska, some of the lumber goes overseas, like to China. They recut it and send it back
Yeah.
because they don't cut it to those measurements in the U.S. So they send it overseas to get it cut and then import our own lumber back.
Off the coast of Washington, there was it's a big ship, and what they do is they cut the logs and they float them offshore and alongside that ship, and he picks them up, they cut them and put them on another ship and take them back over there.
Yeah. The SDL, the interest is killing us.
Who was it yesterday? Michael, was he saying that in Germany it was like 28-30% inflation? Oh man. Man, we came down to our 76. We still have not touched that 82 area. Yeah, we did. We got to 82.25 according to my deal. For some reason, I didn't. On my dome, it said we did.
I have 82.25.
Yeah, now I do. So the 82, it tagged it. Says we ought to come back to 75. 75 is going to be important. Come down to 75 and a quarter. And that's exactly where we came down to. Okay, we got a bunch of news coming out here at 9 o'clock. So I'm assuming the news is out. Whatever that is, they didn't particularly care for it. Uh, 706.
Looks like we tagged the blue band too, right around 74.
On what, the 1 minute chart?
5. Well, I have it on my one too.
My blue band is down here at 68. On my 5 minute. This little moving average down here on this 1 minute chart, that is equal to my 5 minute blue band average. Let's see. About 85. There's a little bit of resistance right there to the 85 area. All right, we got a little area up here to 88. There's an important number back up to 5802. This is a target area. This is not a. We've got some at 6 and probably some right in this zone. So we made it back into that. All right, I've got to go back in time now. I got to go see what's going on. We got to 87.50. We should have been this 86. We had a little resistance up here at this 88 area. Our next level is going to be at 94. So 94 and 02 is a good target spot up there if we get up there. In that 15 area, the one where we came down is going to be a spot. So we'll just have to wait and see if it's going to climb back up there. This 88 area is kind of like an intermediate spot. But the level's at 94. I have not looked to see what kind of beating I'm going to take from yesterday. Some things are just better not left unknown, I guess. Yep. I've been working a position since last night. And finally, we got close to 88. I said, let's get me out. I'm okay. Yesterday we had, I had that 94 from yesterday.
Thank you, Rick. Yeah, he's sick of overhang. Sorry, guys.
Okay, we got up to, we're still in this same bar, but we got up to 93. I did not have a 93 in there. Like I said, fared better than I thought it had. I'm averaging pretty close to about 10 trades a day. Okay, we got up to 94. If you took the 94, we got to 94, 50. You got filled on the 94. You're getting paid off on the 94. Just take you some profits and get out. Let's see, our next level up is going to be at 06. I've got a target zone up here at 5802. Got back to that 94 from yesterday. I was expecting this thing to do this yesterday, not today. But I also expected today to be kind of up. So as long as we stay above 80, good. I'll tell you what, after yesterday, the levels from yesterday were working. The only drawback to them was is they were let's see, did I have it? It was stuff like this right here, bam, or it would run through it, and or like this right here, it went through it, then it came up, and just so if you look at this is this morning. Did I have the 52 down there? Yeah. Did I have 52 from yesterday? Yeah. So this was what was going on. It was working. And yesterday, I think I gave some extra numbers down here at 50 and 42. Well, the first round of 50, man, we just shot way on down there, and it came all the way back up. So, all right, our 94 worked. Our next level that we're going to have up there is going to be at the 06. We just got to be patient, wait for it to get there. Now, there is reasons to trade. Let me see how to explain this without. Normally I would expect this market to, and this is, we kind of look at our levels here, and we look at, okay, the market goes up. It hit this little one. We got a little pullback down into here or right into there. Then it reversed, and it went up. It hit that one. We got that pullback down into there. It reversed. We went up. Did we have one at 80? Yeah, we had a little one at 88, not much. But we hit that, and we did get a pullback. So then the next one is just kind of like, okay, what are we going to do? We're going to go on up and hit this one and get a pullback. It is, this is the kind of the patterns that we see in this morning. This could be a bigger, this could be the A move. This could be the B move. Sometimes the moves that, like Saul says, these are ranges. These are areas. This is, I wish it was an exacting science. Some days it is. Some days it hits right to the exact deal and bounces off. That's probably why Saul has seen these things work enough times to know that, okay, this thing's going to work. But when you look at this chart here, it didn't work. But when you look at this chart right here, it did work. When you look at we only got to 87.50. So if it was an 88 and you took the 87s, you got paid off. So that's kind of the reason that we kind of front run the levels above and below. Yesterday, and I think it was DL was asking about these intermediate levels, and I'm glad you did, because it makes me stop and think. And for the record, I don't work for Saul. I am a student just like everybody else. I've just been a student for a pretty good while now. And Maureen, let me ask you a question. You still around?
Sure. Yep. I'm here.
What would happen if you come in and say, okay, tomorrow you're given the levels?
Yep.
And that's kind of how I got thrown into this thing. Sal says, "Here, you run the room. I got something I need to do." And my mind's, have you lost your ever loving mind?
Mm-hmm.
But we come in and we get these levels every day, but we don't pay much attention to them. Now, how you get trust in these levels is you go in before Saul gives him levels out, and you start finding your own levels. And then you start trusting to trade your own levels. And then when you Saul's levels and I mean, we see two different things. Everybody sees the glass either half full or half empty. And so Dale's question yesterday was, he wanted a set of rules to trade those intermediate levels. And my rule is, depending on the volatility of the day, in the size stops that you need. And I tell you what, a good way to find that out every day is just to go in and everybody's got this indicator on the charts. It is called ATR, average true range, and just click on it and add it, tell it okay. It's just a 14 period. But like right now, just about since 8:30, these bars started right at 4 points per bar, and now they're up to almost 5.73 per bar. So if you got a 2-point stop, you have to be pinpointing these zones pretty close. Now, if you've got a range and you've got one, say we've got a level at 94, you've got an entry at 93. You've got an interest at 94, and you got one at 95. Well, when you add it all up, that brings our initial entry to about 94. And a lot of people, that's too many contracts, it's too much risk. And I understand that. That's why we say everybody's different based on your risk tolerance, your trading account size. There's a lot of variables in this. I'm real interested to see what it's going to do when we get to that 5802. Now, if it stops and turns right here, you can write that number down. We're going back to it. When, I don't know, but we should hit it today. But it could be a week from now before we hit it. But that's why that line, that green line sitting up there, I know it's there. So there's some days that I trade with really short stops. I mean, 1 point. I don't want to risk more than 1 point, because I'm only aiming for a point and a half, 2 points, and that's it. And if I'm scalping like that, and I'm doing price action trades in this stuff right here, it's going to be really fast. And at 5,800 is going to be an area too. But when you asked me that question yesterday, I was just going, I'm just trading, and I'm running without stops. And that's not good. I can tell you this: if you go back and you put the pencil to it, and you look, say I took 50 trades. Say we know this thing's going to work. Say it took 100 trades. 75% of them should be profitable, 2 points or better. Well, if you get tagged for 2 points, you're still going to make money on all of this. And you think, well, I don't make very much money. Uh, yeah, but you did make money. What was it last week? I took a big hickey last week. But what I look like, what I made, whatever I lost, I made back. So I'm just not, and I'm not, and I'm telling you this not to brag. Please don't do that, because that's, if you can gain something from my mistakes, then hey, I am all for it. And like Saul says, he says, I've done all of these things. I haven't done them all. Okay, now we're going to get up to that 52. That's not right. Now it's right. Okay. Let's see. We also had that 58, which says we're normally going to come back down at least in the 98 range. So a lot of times I may not have an order sitting there and it jumps up in there, and I may short one up in here, because a lot of times what I'll see is this thing go up and come back, and this now becomes support. And so we know that we've got a little intermediate level there. We know that about 98, somewhere in there. So if I take a short here, and I put a short stop above it, hey, we got at least 4 points in this trade. So how much do you want to risk on this trade? And our high was 375. And I was looking for it to get down to at least 98. So I'd probably get out at 98.50, 98 and a quarter. That would be my out based on the numbers. But we also know that 5,800 was a level. See, and this is what I'm telling you. It goes up, it comes back down, and it's kind of settles on that thing. Well, it should have settled down into here. That's what it should have done. But it's like yesterday. This thing, it had a lot of momentum to the downside, and people were selling. Everything was just red. Today we're up 62. The NASDAQ's up 230. The Dow's up 495, 96. So
I think you have a good point about people putting in their own levels, because it's a really good exercise, and it's an exercise in trusting yourself.
that's it.
If Saul asked me to put in levels tomorrow, I would probably say no. But when I look at my levels, let's see, I had 70. And I do fibs too, so I had 80.50, which would have been fine. I had an area around 85. I had 97.50, which was correct. And 03, I've got a little one at 450 too. So a lot of times my levels will match Saul's, and sometimes that's what I asked you yesterday. You had one out of the blue, and I'm like, okay, where did that come from?
That was at 94.
Mm-hmm.
And what that was just a 50% retracement of that range. See, now we're coming back down into the area that I thought it was going to come back into.
Yeah.
So, but the thing about, I guess my whole point in trying to explain all this stuff to you is it's a belief. And Saul told me this. He said the difference between he and I was that he believed in the numbers. And it took me a long time to look. And especially, you have to get in and you have to do this. You have to come up with something that you're comfortable with. And And I trade his. I'll have levels, and mine will be 2 or 3 points difference in his. I'll trade them both because his levels work, my levels work. Do they work as good as his? I don't know. I've never tracked them. I've just learned to trust in the levels what we should be getting, and when we don't, I just get out. If I took a four, but you didn't have to take a 4 point hickey on this trade. We knew that we should come back down into this 98 range, or at least I thought that we should. We're coming down. If you look, we're sitting down here. We got a blue band on this 1 minute chart. So if I was short here, I'd be looking, if I look at this 1 minute chart, I'd say, okay, we're probably coming back down into this 93 zone. But does it have to? No, this is why I was saying when we got up to this 02 area, that was a kind of like a biggie area that we should see a little bit of pullback in there on it. Now, I use let's see here. Indicators. For some reason, I do not have. I don't know if it didn't load it this morning. I'll have to go back in there and load that sucker. Let's see. We're still holding. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to shut down and come back in. On my charts here, so just bear with me. Okay, yeah, getting back there. Maureen, can you see my charts?
Yes. What broker are you using to power your charts?
Interactive.
Okay, that's why you have that issue with the with the 15-second.
Are you using Kinetic or
No, I have
NinjaTrader?
IB, but I'm also using Apex's Rhythmic.
Okay, now we're back into square one. Let's see, I was anticipating getting down to what, 70, back into that area there, which we did to 93. So, you know, from rotating around from down to there, it's if you put the pieces together, you start to see, okay, we're at a level. Where would when I look at this 1 minute chart, where would I expect it to go back down to? Does it have to? But I'd be the first one to tell you no. Uh, but once you start looking at the charts enough and you start playing with it enough and you sit in front of these things for no telling how many hundreds, if not thousands of hours that I've done it through the years, uh, you start to see things. And then it
I'm gonna,
becomes, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm going to share something with you guys.
Okay.
Michael has posted twice that he's up 2 points, so I suspect 4 points. I was talking to Tisha with Norman and Tisha Hallett. Some of you guys might be familiar with that. And I was telling her about my numbers, and she said, "You would not believe how many people are not doing $200, $300, $400 a day." She said, "Hardly anybody that she talks to has those kind of numbers." And I'm thinking I should be doing so much more. But really, when you think about it, especially if you're copying and, using Ninja and Apex or any other trade copier, I've even trade copied into my IB account. That exponentially increases your winnings. But just even $200 or $300 a day, most people are not doing that. So if that's all we got every day, there's nothing wrong with that.
That's an expectation. We can't get what the market won't give us. That's just a fact. And so if we have a day that the market's not moving, if Saul is correct, let's go back and look at this. Okay, we started out here at 60. We had a pivot of 61. We had a little resistance up here at 70. If you took the 70, you got paid off. Then our next level up there was what, 76? So,
Yep.
So if you got 76, you got paid off again. So those two trades there should have yielded you at least 4 points. The next trade was up here at 94. We got 2 points out of 94. I had to back over here to do it, but yeah, we did. The 02, we got another 2 points out of it. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. We got 10 points with one lot. So the levels work. Are we going to get every one of them? Maybe somebody can tell me, is there a way to put a box on here that when you hover over this bar right here, it'll show you the highs and lows of that bar in NinjaTrader?
Yes, in the data box. Just click on your data box. It's up at the top. It's up at the top ribbon.
Yeah. Well, my data box, it gives me this right here,
Okay.
but it won't hover over the.
Mine does, so I don't know why yours wouldn't.
Okay, let me.
You might have to configure it. Mine does the high-low,
Okay.
open, high-low, close.
Show data box. Well, that just makes my other one disappear.
Well, you just toggled it off.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It won't come up on this chart. Yeah, like if I toggled it off.
Okay. So when I do that, it'll show me whatever chart I'm on and whatever candle I'm hovering over. It doesn't. I have one data box that controls all of the charts. So whatever chart I'm on, I go all the way up to the daily. I have a 1, 5, 15, 60 minute, 240 and daily. That's how I get all my levels. But
yeah,
whatever chart I'm on and whatever bar I'm hovering over, I can get the high, low, open, close.
Oh, yeah. I can say this for all the times that I've been doing it, it works.
DL, you've nailed it on the head. On the head of the nail. Yes, I can't even talk today. Yes, it's whether you can replicate it every day and execute it. You know, if you're off a little bit, you miss it a little bit.
You know, it's one thing to learn how to do something, but it's something else to do it day in and day out.
I'm still working on my consistency. I still miss trades. I still have doubts. You know, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And that is one thing I love about Saul because he's so doggone consistent. You know, he's. I've never met anybody as consistent as he is.
Yeah. And you know, that's the thing that attracted me to him, because when I came over to this website, I'd gone to some webinar that they were giving, and he was on there, and he was just talking. He was just like he is in the room. He didn't get upset. So I said, well, I'll go over and check that out. So I went over to the room. The market was going haywire, and he just easy going, just calm. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. Just
the first time I had a consultation with him, because I did the full course with him, the first thing he told me is you've got to trust your levels.
That's it.
You got to figure out a way to do that. And then we talked about the stops, and he said, you know, this is, if you have your profits at least as much as your stops, you're going to be just fine. So, but I'm still working on it.
And after a while, you start to learn to let these things run a little bit. You know, you're not as scared of the market. You've handled it. Yeah, you're going to get stopped out. Big deal. Come next one. But you know, when you take 1,000 trades, and you know, you get stopped out 100 times. Look how many times you were profitable versus how many times you got stopped out. You know,
yes, DL, agreed.
It is.
Yeah, relenting to the market, or what, acquiescing, there's another word, surrendering. Surrender is the word I would use. And that is exactly what I have to do.
I don't know. I fight with it. I don't surrender. It just so he'll laugh at me. He says, "You hadn't learned yet, have you?" And I said, "No." See,
who was it that said you just have to want what the market wants?
That's it. I get tickled, man. I'm watching this thing. I said, okay, we're going back to here. We're going to there. We're going to there. And y'all don't see all of this stuff, and and I'm typing it into, we should bounce back to here. And, and it's not that I know he sees all of this stuff. It's just kind of like if he can make some money too off of it, great. This way I look at it. Maybe I saw something he didn't catch. But anybody that can go on the floor and trade and make money, it's just my hats off to them, because that's, especially back then, you didn't have all of these charts and stuff. You just had people yelling at you.
Yeah, managing the trade once you're in is another art form too. You know, you execute your trade and then you just have to manage it. Sometimes you have to get out early and take what you can get or manage your stocks for whatever, but you're definitely not going to control the market.
Yeah. What what do they say? The only thing that you can truly do after you're in a trade is control your losses or your winnings. I mean, you can't make it go in a direction. At least I can't. I look at the people like Goldman, and used to, they said no one person is big enough to control the market, but I don't think that's true anymore.
Oh, and Market Wizards, one guy said, "Oh, really?" And he called an order down and it moved the market.
Yeah,
Yeah. If you're big enough, you can move a market.
that's like Saul tells that story about one of the bond traders. He could he was big enough that he could come in and he could start buying and he could move the market. And market was going down and he was buying it. Somebody had something to sell, he was buying it. He was buying it. He says, I saw him at a basketball game a week or two later and asked him how his position turned out. He said, that's the quickest $8 million I think I ever lost. I'm going, man.
Nice thing about it is that regardless of who's doing what, they leave really good footprints.
They do.
And that's where our levels come in.
And not only do the levels come in, but they give you, they give you target areas. I would expect to see this thing come back down into the 7350 range.
And now we have a blue band.
Yeah. And that's when you get to the blue band, just take you some profits and get out. If it runs past it, take you some profits and get out. Every now and then it will just keep shooting, but usually when it gets there, it's got to fight with it for a little while. And I can tell you that little education right there cost me a lot of money. Don't fight with the blue band; it wins.
I seem to recall you fought with it a lot in the past.
Mark, the guy from California, would come in, and Mark loved the blue band. He'd take that blue band trade every time it hit. And that's another thing. It's kind of like when you start picking and choosing which levels you're going to take, usually you pick the wrong ones. At least I do. And like Sal says, if you're going to be a pivot trader or you're going to be a blue band trader, take every one of them. Are they all going to work? No. But over average, over time, you're going to make money.
I like it when you look to the left and see that the blue band is right around some kind of, cluster of support resistance bars like it is now. You look to the left on the 5-minute, there's congestion right there. So the odds go up with the blue band when you see that.
Well, that little run up this morning got me out of that position from last night, so I'm happy.
Were you trading last night, Don?
All night long. I like to trade at night, and there's some nights I will, if I've got a real bias of the, I figured we would go up today. I was aiming for that green target area up there. I will, if it starts up, I'll try and pick a dip, get in, put me a short stop on it. Once it gets moving and gets away from that stop, I'll bring my stop up to break even. And or, used to, I'd put a 30-point stop on it. I said, why you do that? I said, that's just a safety stop. Some geopolitical, somebody bombs somebody says boo. $1,500 I can stand.
Yeah, when I notice the cherry picking part for me is when I think I have to have a trade. Like maybe I missed some early, and I start looking at it to see where I can get in. And boy, if I'm not exactly at a level, I sure pick them the wrong way.
Yeah. And there's like Saul says, there's so many ways to do this. It just, and we're talking levels. We're not talking price action trades. Uh, you start reading the markets, you start getting a better feel for the markets. You see where, okay, should go back down into this. Okay, I'm telling you that when, I don't know, but yeah, I'd say this 94 area we're going to come back into. Now, it may shoot all the way back up there and then come back down. I don't know. But from yesterday, this 94 area right in here was kind of like an important spot. Now, we've been back to that spot now. We'll have to wait and see what's going to shake out from here. And now we're coming up on 10 o'clock. This morning we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, five, at least 5 2-point trades. And see, that's another problem that we have. We get greedy or we don't react fast enough. And I see this a lot in new traders that come into the room. They want a 10-point trade. Well, this one here gave it to you, but he didn't take it. But what, 20 minutes or 15 minutes? Are you willing to sit in a trade for 15 minutes? And so, but if you look at that pattern since 8:30, we have not broken any swing lows yet. The price action is telling us that we should retest this 76 area. But right now it's going up. So I wish I could get in on trades and sit in them for 4 hours. I don't have the pay. Well, I do at night, but not during the day. I want that instant gratification, and
If I have a good pattern, the measured move thing, I take my first target at 2 points and then I'll ride the second one, and that helps. But I'm usually out within 5 or 10 minutes. But I have to curtail my trading hours if I want to stay married. I've spent a lot of years in front of charts, and a lot of years went by, and finally it's like, are you gonna kind of ever get off your computer? So I cut it off at 11:30 now so that I can have a life. But I used to trade all the time.
it's
And I do just as well, just cutting my hours back.
Yeah.
9:30 to 11:30 is plenty. And a lot of times, my first few trades, I'm done for the day.
Yeah.
Just like,
like Philip.
like Philip,
I love
Philip is a master of grabbing his profits and running.
That's it. And it like you were talking about earlier, just $300 is it's not a lot. But when you come in and you sit down and say you came in at eight, say you come in at 8 o'clock and you sit down and you get your numbers, and you leave by 9, uh, and you made $300, and you got the rest of the day to go do what you want to go do, or you made $500 or $200. There's days that all I made was $80, but I didn't take any trades. I just wasn't in the mood to trade or something. I'm going, okay, time to get out. Uh, but
Think about it too. Like for traders, only 10% of us make it over any period of time. But day trading, stats indicate that over a period of time, only 1% of us make it as day traders. So to make $200 or $300 consistently puts you in that 1% club. And then you can build from there. And of course, you can change your position size as your accounts grow and add on to your strategies. So, this is a really great starting point, or even ending point. Career-wise, it's still great at 2 or 3 points, 4 or 5 sometimes on a daily basis.
But I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to step on you there.
Go ahead. That's okay.
No, I was going to say, we have 22 trading days a month usually, on average. About, say you only trade 20 of them. $100 a day. That's $2,000 a month. $200, $4,000 a month. So you get $300 a day, you're up $6,000 a month. And so, but you have to be consistent. Are you going to have all of those winning trades? No, but you're still going to make money at the end of the month. And so that's the name of the game. And now, for some reason, let me ask this, Maureen, do you find it easier now to make money in the market because the market it moves?
For me, it doesn't matter. I've been trading a long time, and what makes it easy for me is trusting my strategy and managing my trades properly, getting in when I should. So even when it's slower, if I just follow my rules, I'm going to make money pretty much every day. I mean, is it easier when it's more volatile? Well, sometimes, if it doesn't take me out. But I think mainly the consistency in myself is probably the best tool I could have.
I remember when I first started, I was tickled to death to make 1 point. Man, I made 50. It take forever to move 1 point. Now the bars are 4 and 5 points. It's kind of like, whoa. I remember I got so excited one time. I had sat in this trade and I had sat into a big old drawdown. I said, man, I'm fixing to lose a lot of money here. And I only had, I was going to make about $800 to $1,000 in there, but I never made that out of the market. I'm sitting there, I'm going, I just gritted my teeth. It's going here. It's either California or bust type deal. Don't do that move because I tell you what, it's a very expensive education. But I lucked out. I was so excited. I think it was I was night trading, and we should have got back there. And they took it down. And it was the day before a holiday, and the market stayed open till the next morning at probably 8:30, 9 o'clock, something like that. Anyway, I'm up early and I'm watching this trade. It started back up. It started back up. It started back up. I'm going, hey, I'm at break even. Move my stop up here. And,
Huh.
uh, and I just sat in it. And it just, before the market closed, it took me out. I made my profit, made for a great holiday.
I bet. Michael, to answer your question, I have used order flow. And what I've noticed is that where I want to be in, there's very little volume. It's right before the volume picks up. And the levels just seem to work. So I quit putting that on my chart. And I do know a lot of people that use it successfully along with other tools, um, time and sales. But I'm trying to keep it simple. So I don't use order flow or volume profile. So others may.
After a while, there's so much to look. I mean, just on my charts, you can see how cluttered mine is. And then you look at Saul's charts, and it's kind of like he needs some more junk on his charts to. But back to his charts, these charts on my 5 minute chart is set up just like they were back then when he was running Ninja Trader. That's what the only difference is I'm running Don Chain channels and he is running Bollinger Bands. And I actually have Bollinger Bands on here. I can get them to trigger. They're just they're no, that's the Don Chain channel. Uh, I used to have them on there, and finally I took them off and says, why have them on there? I don't need them. I don't use them. I wouldn't even know how to use them. And there's people that use Bollinger Bands and make money off of them. I could take a straight line or a ruler and make just as much money as I can with anything else. Just drawing trend lines. There's a book out there. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. Price bar by bar, I think is what it is. I'll think of the author's name after a while. That guy, all he does, he's a price action trader. And like Maureen says, you can keep it simple. It's so much better. That's we asked people if you'd like to speak and if you had a microphone. It's things like this that share. I'm sharing what I'm doing, and Maureen's sharing what she kind of does, and we're all kind of doing the same thing. We just have different toolboxes to work out of.
I think the biggest tool that I use, I give away my trade secret, but I look for narrow range bars that support resistance. And that's how I get my levels on the higher time frames too. And I look for a retest of those areas. And they seem to match Saul's and yours, somewhere in between there. But it's close enough. I had one on the 60-minute at 03, and I have them on my chart so that if I mark it on the 60, it shows up on my 1 and 5, so I don't have to be watching all the charts all the time. I know what they are because they're color coded. And right down to the 1 minute, I'll mark them on the 1 minute too to see if I can get a retest entry on any of those spots. But I use candlesticks, and so that makes a difference too. They don't really, you can see like, move your chart back down. So move it so I can see the bottom of your chart, the bottom of your candles. Okay, so where it would be like, okay, your red line at the bottom. Yep, that would be a narrow range bar. And then the next one up would be to your left, one, no, to your right, 2 bars. There's another one. See how price likes to come back down to that? You have the long bar, the long green bar after the bottom narrow range bar, and then it came right back down to that little bar where your cursor is. Those are re-entry spots, and I follow those for re-entries. See, it's right. I don't know if that's right at a level or not, but that's what I watch for. But see, everybody's going to see things differently. Some people notice things that go right over my head, but for me, that's a visual. I'm a really visual person, so that's what I watch for. It looks a little different on candlesticks, but you get the gist of those narrow ranges. It just likes to test them for some reason.
This gives you a pretty good idea. These levels.
Oh, here we go. All right, so right there, move your cursor to, which way's your cursor? Right where the green line is?
Yep.
Okay, you see those narrow range bars right there?
Yep.
Now look to the right. It's where it came to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I look for, is the narrow range bars. Those are
that was my target from yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's just me though. That's what I've learned to look at to keep me out of trouble. You can also
see this zone up here at 58.13. Let's see if I can move that out of there. Yeah. I don't need that anymore.
Yeah.
But you can look, and I've got levels. You can see that the levels, a lot of times they are right at the bottom of the swing. Not every time, they go through them, but this is an hourly chart. Let's see what it's going to look like if we take it down to a 30-minute chart. So it's kind of like the way that I look at it, it's kind of like looking at a sheet of music. We've got a bunch of lines across there. It's just playing a tune.
That's funny. Are you musical, Don?
No, but I'm like you. I am a visual person.
My husband were on the road for 12 years playing music. That's why I asked.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's sheet music. It's like music. It is. It's moving music.
And I've got these lines laying in here with 75, 76. We had this here at 84 from yesterday. So everything that as this thing was going down, it was kind of painting a picture that we should get back to. and we did. And like I didn't know about the narrow range bars. Now, when it comes back in there, are we saying it comes back to the bottom of a narrow range bar? Like,
If it's long and it's coming back down to a narrow range bar, it likes to go to the top of the body. So it would be the open.
yeah,
Well, if it's green, it'll be the close.
okay.
And if it's short and it's testing back up, it would be the bottom of the body of the bar. So
Let's see what a 15-minute looks like.
I'll have to shoot you a chart. And like we have an area coming up to, we're still in an uptrend, but we have a little bit of a resistance at 97.75 at the bottom of a bar. If it goes past that, then I would look for a narrow range bar to test back to for the long. But I'll have to shoot you a chart.
Okay.
I don't think I can post them in. Yes, DL for sure. I'll do it. Like if I have a measured move on the 15, the targets are definitely different if I have the ability to hold through that time. But
Now, what I will do today, well, it's either the day or Monday morning. Sometimes when I get in here, I will come in here and I will start looking and make adjustments on these lines here. Sometimes I leave them alone, and I'll show you a good reason why I leave them alone. It's just that when I go back in time, see if all right, still got to go back further. I may not be able to go back in time without having to add a bunch of stuff.
see, like right now, we have the 60 minutes making a very long tail. So at the close of that bar, I would anticipate that we may test back into that tail if it closes green.
Okay, I got a question for the room. On your hourlies, if you have an hourly chart up, does it say the bar, this hourly chart here, this bar right here, it says 10:30. Well, what that means is that bar will end at 10:30. Does your bar start at top of the hour or does it start at the 30-minute time? Like the open at 8:30, 9:30, or does it start at 8, 9, 10?
Yes, DL. I do the same thing. So I set mine on Ninja Traders to start at the bottom of the hour. So mine always ends at the with the market.
Yeah. Well, see, I used to run e-signal, and I had e-signal set up to where when it said the 8 o'clock bar, that was to start at 8 o'clock or 8:30. I didn't have to stop and think about it. It was I already knew where it was at. So the market opened at 8:30 on this chart here. The actual open at 8:30 is going to be the 8:35 bar. That's the actual open at 8:30.
So we did get a little resistance at the 97.50 area. And
Yep.
we'll see if it holds or it's going to turn at the 93.75 area. So both of those, I'm looking at narrow range bars. But
So
that's just me. And
is this narrow range? Is this a narrow range bar right here?
on my chart, I have one on the 5-minute as support at 93.25. I don't know. And again, I don't know if it's going to hold or not, but it went up to a resistance at 97.50. So at the bottom of that bar, your time it'd be 9:35. The 9:35 close bar on the 5-minute.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Is that
it
considered
came up.
an error range bar?
Well, on my chart, I have two side by side, and it's as close as we're going to get right in there. It's like a variation because I have a green bar then a red bar, and they're side by side. So now we'll see. This 93.50 may not hold, but
What we need to do one day is pull up Zoom to where you can get on it and I can get on it, and you can share your charts with me and I can share mine with you, and we can see what we're doing.
I'd love to do that.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, is that we want to stay true to what Saul's teaching too.
Oh, by far, but the things like an air
Yeah.
range bars, it's
Right.
always good to know. It gives me another place
For
to
sure.
look.
For sure. So if anybody objects to too much information, please let me know, because unfortunately, Saul is such a great teacher and mentor that
Yes.
I feel intimidated and I don't want to share when he's leading the room, because I don't want to contradict anything he's saying. So that's my thing, is that I want to honor what he's teaching, and I don't want to confuse anybody by the additional stuff. But if it's valuable to anybody, sure, I'd be happy to share anything I do. And I learn from you as well, Don.
Yeah. I learn from everybody that I talk with. That's why I say people should not be scared to get on there with a mic and start talking. It just, especially after the 10 o'clock in the morning, we're pretty well done for the weekend. I mean, you can sit in front of this thing the rest of the day, but this way everybody can share. And if somebody's got a better idea, hey, I do not mind changing, as long as I'm staying, like you said, as long as we're staying true. But it gives us something. It gives us another tool in our toolbox. So I'm all for that. So if you don't have a little mic or a little headset with a mic on it, they're not very expensive. Think about investing in one and come on in and share with us. And because Saul, he's gone, and I wish we had a room to where we had a big screen up there and everybody could walk up and say, "Hey, let's do this. Let's point there, and this is what I do." And I'm going, okay, because there's a lot of things that I've taken a lot of trading courses through the years, and there's things I liked about each and every one of them. They worked for the people that used them, but it didn't fit my personality, but I liked that part of it. So I kept that part. Then I just kind of used what Saul taught me, and along with everything else, and it builds on top of it.
I agree. Everything I do is built on the shoulders of the giants before me, and I've taken lots of courses as well, and I just take what I need out of them, because everybody is different. We see things differently. So on that note, I'm going to have to go.
Myself enjoyed it, Maureen. I'll see you next week. Guys, it's after 10. We're running way past our time. Everybody have a great weekend, and keep in mind next week is going to be the election week, so we want to be cautious.
Okay, take care, everybody.
You too. Take care, Maureen.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Theo. And all.
At least 50. 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 At least 50.